Introduced me to a new brand of music called progressive jazz, and in particular, the late and now great David Sanborn. And so I can appreciate that performance right there. That was absolutely stunning. Our starting lineups are brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and irresistible tasty. Is Coke Sugar the best Coke ever? Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Well, you try and then you decide. Oklahoma Sooners, 22-4, 5-3 in the SEC. Jason Walker lead off and plays center. Trey Gamble is batting second, playing left. Hitting third, the catcher Easton Carmichael. Jackson Willits, the shortstop, bats fifth. Dayton Taki, the first baseman, hits fifth. Batting sixth, outstanding freshman Kyle Branch. He'll play second. Sam Christensen is the designated hitter. He'll bat seventh. Hitting eighth is Dawson Willis, the third baseman. Batting ninth is Dason Harris, the right fielder. And pitching for Oklahoma, we'll see him in the bottom of the first inning. That's Malachi Witherspoon. He's 2-1 with a 5.13. But prior to that, we are going to look at Aiden Finiteri, 6-footer, 235, a senior from Watertown, Connecticut. 21 years old, spent 3 years in and out of the rotation for the Yellow Jackets at Georgia Tech. He threw 58 games in his 3 years, 23 of them starts. He's made 6 appearances for the Crimson Tide, 2 starts this year, 10 innings, 11 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned. He has 11 strikeouts and 2 walks. This was supposed to be Riley Quick, but again, the blister did not heal. And Alabama is hoping that he will be back for their next series. Possibly, I don't think it's going to be the Tuesday start against Sanford, but hopefully and possibly back against Auburn on the road next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Rotation is supposed to be Adams, Quick, and then Alcock, but because of the blister, things got discombobulated for Alabama. We've had 2 tight games into this series. Friday, 8-6, Alabama comes from behind and wins. Last night, Oklahoma had the lead. They held off Alabama's attempt in the bottom of the 9th inning. Alabama with runners on second and third, and Will Plattner took a borderline called strike 3 to end the ball game and give the Sooners a split after 2 games. So this is game 3. The winner of this game will win the series. And Oklahoma comes in 9th in the nation. Alabama is 12th. Jason Walker will lead off and play center. Batting .290 with 3 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Switch hitter, he'll bat from the left side. Third baseman Torres coming in. Still on the infield dirt. Middle infield back. Hodo, glove on the left hand, is your first baseman. The first pitch of the ball game is a fastball low and away. We are underway. The outfield behind Finiteri will read like this from left to right. Cade Snell, Richie Bonamolo, and Bryce Fowler. Left side of the infield, Jason Torres and Justin LeBron. On the right side, Brennan Norton and Will Hodo. And Brady Neal getting the start behind home plate. Fastball low. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Alabama today wearing their crimson tops with Alabama written across in white. White pants. 2-0 to the leadoff batter. Misses outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Oklahoma going with the all gray. Their secondary color is very close to crimson, by the way. Aiden Finiteri takes a deep breath. And a 3-0 pitch. Ball 4, low and away, and a 4-pitch walk to Jason Walk. So a base runner with nobody out. Trey Gamble, the left fielder, 377 with 1 home run, 10 runs batted in. He starts today with an 8-game hitting streak, this left-handed hitter. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Fastball strike. After 4 out of the zone, 1 in the zone. Gamble 2 for 3 in the win last night for Oklahoma. Left-handed batter has 3 hits in the series, 3 out of 7. And 0-1. Missed the inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. The center fielder, Bonamolo, is just to the left of center. Infield plays up the middle at short and second, LeBron and Norton. Torres, third baseman, about a foot in front of the bag, but well off the line. 1-1 is swung and fouled behind home. Aiden Finateri making a spot start. Rob Vaughn said in the pregame show, he said, is it 2, is it 5? Figure it out as we go. Meanwhile, Torres takes off from third. He'll plug up the right side where Alabama has 3 defenders on the right side. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Finateri steps and throws. Now, the first 2 games of this series, Alabama has made 2 throwing errors from the pitcher's mound over to first base. A 1-2 pitch. Change up high off the glove of the catcher, Neal. Neal does run it down. It's a few feet out of that batter's box. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Walk did not advance. This is an Oklahoma team leading the Southeastern Conference in stolen bases. They have 68. He'll hold the pitch home. That's taken. And a check swing and appeal at third did not go. So full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Walk is in motion now with a 3-2 count. Gamble batting, the runner goes, and the pitch is hit out of play, foul left side. It was an overcast morning, and then the sun came out briefly. And back to partly cloudy skies as we speak. Good baseball weather. Runner goes to 3-2. That's taken ball 4. It's high and no throw needed, so back-to-back walks. And Oklahoma stirring the coffee here in the first. Easton Carmichael, a right-handed batter, is the catcher. Hitting .308 with 5 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Skip Johnson now with a decision to make. Does he bunt with his number 3 hitter? Well, the reputation for Oklahoma, and now we're going to get a pinch runner. Something happened with Gamble. He is now he's coming out of the game at first. So this will be Braden Horton. Something didn't feel right with Gamble, and Gamble comes out, and that's a big loss for the Sooners. Corner infielders are in, middle guys are back. Here's the first pitch, up high, 1-0. So just one at bat for Trey Gamble, a walk, and he is lifted for a pinch runner. He got to first, and that was as far as he will go. Here's one hit out towards Fowler. Fowler, the right fielder, makes the catch. He'll throw towards second base. Tagging from second to go to third base is Jason Walk. So the Sooners with runners on the corners and one down here in the top of the first.
Number 7, Jackson Willits.
Jackson Willits, the shortstop, will be the batter. Switch hitter batting from the left side. He's hitting .300 with 7 homers, 26 runs batted in. First pitch in there for a strike. Slider that nicks the inside corner. Sun peeks through again briefly. Step and throw to first, runner gets back. Third game of the series, the rubber game. Two very close games, Friday and Saturday night. An 0-1 ground ball past Hodo into right field for an RBI base hit. Walk will score. Horton is going to head to third base. The throw will not be in time. And Oklahoma goes first and third. They've scored a run. They lead 1-0. As the shortstop, Jackson Willits, comes through with an RBI single.
Next up, the bat, first baseman, number 16, Dayton Poppy.
And we got a mound visit from Jason Jackson. And again, it's really a roll of the dice. The whole bullpen is available. And the success of Finateri will dictate how far that Alabama can go with him. Tyler Fay is warming up in the bullpen. Oklahoma with a 1-0 lead, and they've got runners on the corners with only one out. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations, including respiratory virus vaccinations. And vaccinations against these viruses are important for everyone, so don't wait, vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more on how you can stay up to date on vaccinations for you and your family. Dayton Taki, left-handed batter. Trying to give Oklahoma a 2, 3, or 4-0 lead as Finateri steps and throws. A pitch coming home, that is high. After a bluff by Willits, he goes back to first. Finateri from the stretch. Pitch is swung on, line foul, left side, out of play. Now it's time for Finateri to limit the damage. Even if you have to give up a run here, you want to get an out if you're Finateri. Throw to first, runner gets back. One run on one hit for the Sooners, but they've also had 2 walks, so they've had 3 of their first 4 batters reach. 1-1 on Taki. Left-handed hitter watches as the throw goes to first. He's hitting .304, 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Homered Friday. Count level at 1-1. And Finateri's pitch, swing, and a foul tip at home. Ball and 2 strikes. Somehow if Finateri can get out of here with only 1 run, that's a small win for Alabama. A lot of room on the right side. Second baseman Norton shaded towards the bag at second. Here's the 1-2. Inside with a slider. 2-2. Not the ideal inning for Finateri, but still a chance. Ground ball gets you out of here. Pop up, strikeout helps. 2-2. Pitch is swung on and fouled. Just got a piece to Taki rather. Big left-handed hitter, Dayton Taki. Count level 2-2. Finiteri would love a ground ball double play. He steps and throws to first, keeping Willits close. Willits gets back. Count level at 2. Finiteri is pitching home, and that pitch is blasted out of play, foul down the left field line. .21 pitch first inning for Aiden Finiteri in what is a spot start. A 2-2 changeup, bottom of the zone, missed. Needed it, didn't get it. And Finiteri will once again take a deep breath. Hand to the mouth, which is allowed as he was off the rubber. Count is filled up. Let's see if Willits takes off. He does. The pitch is swung on and missed. Throwing down to second is Neal. Stepping in front of the throw is LeBron. It's a strikeout and a stolen base.
Next up to bat for the Sooners, second baseman, number 6, Kyle Branch.
Sooners with runners on second and third. They've scored 1. And their 6th hitter is Kyle Branch. Batting .340 with a home run, 19 runs batted in, a right-handed hitter. Finiteri delivers. Letter high strike. Now 2 strikes away from allowing just 1 and minimizing the damage. And 0-1. That's swung on. Line down the right field line past Fowler. Foul ball. And now you're 1 strike away if you're Finiteri. Could have been a big inning for the Sooners. Still could be. And at the same time, Finiteri, who has allowed a run, is trying to strand 2 runners in scoring position. The 0-2, high, 1-2. Branch went 0 for 4 last night. 2 hits in the opener on Friday. 1-2 again. Crowd goes rhythmic applause, and here's a ground ball to second. Should end the inning. It's Brennan Norton on to first, and that will do it. That's a pretty good job of minimizing the damage. If you are Aiden Finiteri, 1 run, 1 hit, 2 stranded, both in scoring position. After a half inning of play, the Sooners won. Alabama coming up. This is Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Make yourself at home at Homewood Suites, conveniently located in downtown Tuscaloosa. Stay in comfort and enjoy the great options at the on-site 205 Bar and Restaurant. Homewood Suites in Tuscaloosa, proud to be a preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide. 1-0 Oklahoma in front of Alabama, and Oklahoma has to make a change defensively. Trey Gamble was lifted for a pinch runner. So Harris will move from right to left. And Horton will go in and play right field. Oklahoma leads 1-0. The rain's starting to come down. Everybody in the stands starting to scatter. Richie Bonamola will lead off against Malachi Witherspoon. Witherspoon, a right-hander. His first pitch is outside, ball one. Bonamola batting .319 with 2 home runs, 18 runs batted in. 1 for 4 with his second home run of the year and yesterday's 1-run loss. Witherspoon's 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. So now defensively for the Sooners in the outfield, Dason Harris, Jason Walk, and Braden Horton. Left side of the infield stays the same. Dawson Willis and Jackson Willits. Right side is Kyle Branch and Dayton Taki. A 1-1 swing, and that's hit in front of home plate, played by the catcher Easton Carmichael. He throws on to first base. Bonamola is out on a 2-3. Witherspoon, 6'3", 210-pound junior. He and his twin brother are from Jacksonville, Florida. Justin LeBron, the starting shortstop, 348 with 13 homers, 52 runs batted in. First pitch, and it hits him square in the back. He's holding that left elbow. The back of the elbow, and the trainer's going to have to come out. Now that left hand was already injured because of the diving play he made in the 9th inning in Game 1 Friday. Stayed in the game, and now getting the attention again from Alabama's trainer, and it looks like he's okay. So LeBron will go to first base. Got him on the left tricep area. Here's Cade Snell. So it didn't get him in the back. He was twisting out of the way, but got hit. That's the 5th hit by pitcher thrown this year by Malachi Witherspoon. LeBron will hold the pitch to Snell. Strike one called. One out, one on. Oklahoma 1, Alabama nothing. We are in the bottom of the first inning. Snell at .429. 5 homers, 23 knocked in. Witherspoon pitches. Fastball outside. Snell had a chance in the 9th last night. Drove in a run with a 4-3 ground out. Bases were loaded. Swung at the first pitch after that brilliant at-bat by LeBron. 1-1. Low and in. So the captain has a 2-1 count, 1 out. Oklahoma has a 1-0 lead. Alabama batting in the bottom of the first. Malachi Witherspoon, 2-1, ERA 5.13. Runner goes, 2-1, swung on and fouled, so LeBron will have to come back. Now, when you break down Malachi Witherspoon, he's had 4 good starts in which he has given up a total of 4 earned runs. He's had 2 starts, they came back-to-back, in which he gave up a total of 11 earned runs. So which one will Oklahoma get today? Rain has stopped. Everybody has returned to their seats. 2-2 on Cade Snell. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3. His twin brother Kyson threw in the series opener on Friday. Malachi throws a little harder, but Kyson has better command. Last year for Malachi, he was primarily the closer for the Sooners. On to first, LeBron gets back. Justin LeBron, 8 out of 9 stealing bases. Taki holding on, LeBron. Count is filled up. Runner holds, 3-2 pitch, ball 4, just low and away. Malachi Witherspoon coming into this game in 26 innings, 15 walks. Third baseman Jason Torres will hit. Batting .295 with 7 homers, 26 runs batted in. Right-handed batter. Big lead for LeBron. He'll hold. The pitch is swung out. High fly. Right field hit well. Horton going back at the wall. Leaps. He can't get it. Gonzo Torres. A 3-run shot. Sent over the wall and right to give Bama the lead. The score is 3-1. Alabama over Oklahoma. There's Will Hodo, the first baseman. 1 out, 3 in. First pitch, swing, foul ball left side. Home run for Torres, his 8th. 3-run shot. He now has 29 RBIs. Tied with Fowler. And they all trail Justin LeBron, who leads the nation with 52. Swing, comebacker. Leaping at the mound is Witherspoon. He gloves, he throws on, and Hodo is out. The DH is Coleman Mizell. 3-1, Alabama over Oklahoma. We're in the first. Mizell at .273 with 4 homers, 13 knocked in. He takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. A hit, batter, and a walk preceded the 3-run opposite field home run for Jason Torres. The pitch to Mizell, a swing and a miss at a slider. Torres is a muscular, well-built infielder, first and third baseman, and he powered one to right field. Mizell hit by a pitch. So 2 hit by pitches in the inning. Alabama in this bottom of the first inning, they've scored 3 runs on 1 hit. 2 hit batters. And here's Brennan Norton at 242 with 6 homers, 16 runs batted in. Gets the start at second. A stretch in the pitch. Fastball, letter high strike. Garrett Staton and Brennan Norton. They will share second base. An 0-1 slider hit out of play, foul. Staton was going to get the majority of time, and then he got hit by a pitch, broke a finger. He was out for 5 weeks. Norton took over and hit a bunch of home runs. And Norton gets the start today. Alabama with a 3-1 lead in the bottom of the first inning over Oklahoma. 51st home run of the year for Alabama as a team. Weatherspoon's 0-2. Got him. Called strike 3. End of the inning, but Alabama strikes. Their weapon of choice, a home run, a 3-run shot by Jason Torres. After 1, Alabama 3, Oklahoma 1. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Thomas Stadium. Top 15 showdown, game 3. Alabama came in 12th in the nation, Oklahoma 9th. Alabama with a 3-1 lead in today's game after the team split the first 2 games of the series. Bama winning 8-6 Friday, Oklahoma 6-5 yesterday afternoon. Sam Christensen will be the batter. It will be 7, 8, and 9 against Aiden Finateri. Jason Jackson and Rob Vaughn know that it's a puzzle today. First pitch is low. And they've got to find now 8 more pieces. They got one of the pieces of the nine piece puzzle. They got the first inning done and survived with a 3-1 lead. Christensen, 278, 4 homers, 17 knocked in, left-handed batter. Takes low and away, but lots of pieces left to go. Finateri walked the first 2 batters that he faced. Number 3, Easton Carmichael in the lineup, flied out to right, swinging a foul left side. RBI single by Jackson Willits, and he stole second, so Finateri at second and third was trailing 1-0, and he struck out Dayton Taki, who has a home run in the series. Kyle Branch grounded out to second. 2-1. Swing, hit to the right of second baseman Norton. He slides down, he has it, pops back up, throws to first, not in time. Infield single for Christensen to the right of the Bama second baseman. Third baseman is Dawson Willis. 272 batting average, 3 homers, 21 runs batted in. Right-handed batter. Torres, the third baseman, will play about a foot on the grass at third base, so he's in a little bit. Middle infielders are back. Love to have an opportunity to turn a pair. First pitch here is in there for a strike. One for two, 2 runs scored for Willis yesterday. 0-1. Ground ball, that's snagged on a backhand by the pitcher himself. Finiteri, and he throws to LeBron to get the out at second. No throw back. A big smile on the face of Finiteri. Comes a fielder's choice. That was a backhanded grab, blindly. He got it in the heel of his glove and threw to Justin LeBron. 1 out, 1 on. Bama by 2, 3-1. The throw goes to first, and the batter is Dason Harris. He started in right field. He has moved over to left field. Injury to Trey Gamble. Harris at 300, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. Pitch right over the plate for a strike. Curveball. You don't know it at the time, and you can't play it this way. But if Finiteri doesn't make that spectacular blind backhanded stop, probably is a double play ball to Justin LeBron. But tell that to the pitcher, who made what would certainly be a highlight play, the ESPN type Sports Center. A blind backhanded play by Finiteri. Nothing in 1. On to first, runner gets back. Left-handed batter pitching for a strike. Runner goes to second. LeBron with the tag. Got him. Strong throw by Brady Neal. An acrobatic stop and tag by Justin LeBron wipes out the base runner Willis. And it was a great throw by Neal. Just to the right of second. Now with 2 outs and 2 strikes, foul ball sent to the left side. A perfect lead by Brady Neal. A chance to face only 3 batters. The 0-2 swung on, fouled, and it rocks the mask of the home plate umpire, rather, Anthony Perez. Took that one square. Top of the second. The Tide lead the Sooners 3-1. Here's an 0-2. Change up. Got him. Strike 3 called. See ya. So Finiteri faces just 3, much to the delight of the home crowd here at Sewell Thomas Stadium. After an inning and a half, Bama 3, the Sooners 1. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. The bottom of the top of the second, middle of the second. The rain has now come down hard, and the tarp will go on the field. And we hope that we will resume shortly. Alabama certainly hopes to resume as they have a 3-1 lead after just an inning and a half. And now it's time for tarp crew, game management, and players. That's the one thing you get in college baseball that's just really still a kid's game, a fun game. The players are actually part of getting that tarp on the field as well as maintenance. Everybody pulls. So, before we go back to our Learfield studios, let's catch you caught up. Alabama 3-run home run by Jason Torres came in the bottom of the first after the Sooners scored in the top of the first. In the top of the second inning, Aiden Finateri survived an infield single. He got a fielder's choice at second on a backhand blind stab. Dawson Willis reached on the fielder's choice, caught stealing on a beautiful throw by Brady Neal, and then Dason Harris just took it, called strike 3. And before we got to the bottom of the second inning, the rain started to come down. Now, as I speak, it's a little lighter. And this is one of the things that I've learned also broadcasting baseball. You might hold it a little bit longer just in case they change their mind. Now, at the moment, the tarp is protecting the home plate area and the mound. Oklahoma's bullpen pitchers, they're leaving to come into the dugout. Bama's guys have not yet left. And as I say that, they head to the gate, which is out in left field. That when you see the pitchers come out of the bullpen, then you got your official delay. It is a Sunday afternoon, a very important game, Game 3, the deciding game of this series. Alabama has taken a 3-1 lead, and they were about to bat in the bottom of the second inning. Tabor Mays is our studio engineer back in our Learfield studios. We're going to be heading his way shortly. We'll just give him a time to get ready for rain delay theater, as we call it. Alabama 3 runs, 1 hit. The 3-run home run by Torres. 1 run, 2 hits for Oklahoma. The bottom of the second did not see a pitch yet. So that's as far as we can take this for now. We'll check in periodically with you. We've been delayed for about 5 minutes. It's probably, hopefully no more than 25, 30 minutes. Alabama has a 3-1 lead. They're getting ready to bat in the bottom of the second when we resume. We'll remind everybody that you are listening to the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Back at Sewell Thomas Stadium, Curt Bloom along with you. We're in a rain delay. Alabama has a 3-1 lead over Oklahoma. Tide was getting ready to come to bat in the bottom of the second when the rain started. I would think we're approximately 19 minutes into a rain delay. That's really, as we say, a crapshoot here. You're not really sure. I would think safely about 15, 20 minutes. This is not, looking at my radar, studying and being in baseball for a while, this is not an all-day affair by any means. Just some lingering clouds and some lingering issues that should allow us, once we do start, I'm confident that we will finish things out. So I'm looking as we speak right now. You never want to jump out in front. I'm looking down at the Alabama dugout, and it appears that Aiden Finateri is going to start to throw, so he thinks that we're not far off. Both tarps, one that covers the mound, one that covers the batter's box, they're on the field. They haven't been taken off, which tells me, you got to get that off and then re-chalk everything. Now, everything else looks fine. The field has been already done, but Finateri is probably not far away. So to be on the very safe side of things, it's about 1 after 2 o'clock Central Time. And on the safe side of things, let's take another, we're going to go back to our studios and we'll update you in 15 minutes. So when we get to a quarter after the hour, we hopefully will be ready for the first pitch. We'll get everybody all set up. Alabama 3 runs on 1 hit, a 3-run home run by Jason Torres. Oklahoma has a run on 2 hits. The Tide coming up in the bottom of the second. No pitch has been thrown. You see Aiden Finateri warming up. So we'll send things back to our studios. We'll check in with you at 15 after the hour, quarter past the hour. This is Curt Bloom from Sewell Thomas Stadium, and this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Back to Sewell Thomas Stadium. Malachi Witherspoon back on the mound as we are just seconds away from going to the bottom of the second inning. My own rough estimate would be about a 35-minute rain delay. Alan Gunther is the internal PA. Alan will let us know the exact time after Witherspoon throws his first pitch here in the bottom of the second. Bryce Fowler will lead off for Alabama, then Brady Neal, then the top of the lineup. Bama 3, Oklahoma 1. After an inning and a half, Jason Torres went opposite way with a 3-run home run in the bottom of the first inning after the Sooners scored 1 and left 2 in scoring position in the first. In the second against Aiden Finateri, leadoff man aboard, force out at second. Next runner was caught stealing, and then a called strike 3 ended that inning. So now the sun's starting to peek out by right center field. And we are about ready. Bryce Fowler will step in. This will be his first at bat. Hitting .257 with 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Fowler was mired in an awful slump, 1 for 32, and went 3 for 4 yesterday afternoon. So he's hoping to heat that bat up. We're about ready. Witherspoon. They'll wind up in the first pitch after delay, and that's lined out to left field. It's going to drop in. A base hit opposite way for Fowler, and Fowler will head to second. Throw comes in late. So the struggles for Fowler seem to be in the rearview mirror. And now the junior catcher, Brady Neal, left-handed hitter. He's played in 13 games, 13 starts, 6 for 36. Alan Gunther says a 32-minute rain delay. Runner on second, nobody out. Here's a pick, and it's lobbed towards the shortstop, Willits. Leadoff double by Fowler after the rain delay. Brady Neal. You don't have to bunt with him because a left-handed batter, if he just pulls the ball, he's got a chance to advance the runner. He takes inside 1-0. Rob Vaughn told Roger Hoover on the pregame show he wanted to get a left-handed batter in against Malachi Witherspoon. Lefties are hitting 200 higher than righties against Witherspoon. This fastball is swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Alabama, remember, they're trying to piece a puzzle together. 2 pieces of the 9 have been completed. And I don't think this game is going to end at 3-1, so this is an important run down there at second base. A 1-1, low and inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Third baseman Willis, even with the bag well off the line, shaded towards short. This is a hitter's count. 2-1 pitch, swing, ground ball, headed up the middle. Stopped by second baseman Branch, who slides and falls down, no throw. Fowler moves to third, and Alabama with runners on the corners, nobody out. Top of the lineup, Richie Bonamolo Jr., the center fielder. He hit what we call a swinging bunt his first at bat. About 10 feet in front of home, was thrown out by Carmichael. Witherspoon's first pitch is swung on, fouled right side. No play was on, no bunt. Not a hit and run, just a straight, if you see it, hit it. Looking for that first pitch fastball. That was more of a cutter or a slider from Witherspoon. Here's an 0-1. Swing, ground ball to short, should bring in a run. Might cost you 2 outs. Out at second, out at first, double play. But the Tide will get their 4th run. Neal out at second base. And then Bonamolo is out at first base. Back into a 6-4-3 double play. But Alabama does get a run. And here is Justin LeBron, who got hit by a pitch his first at bat. He would score on the Torres home run. LeBron goes after the first pitch, 0-1 as he swings and misses. And by the way, in the game of baseball, you do not give Bonamolo a RBI on a double play. Baseball changed that rule sometime, I think, in the 80s. They used to give a guy a RBI with a double play and a guy scores it from third base, but they've taken that away. Unless I'll look at my computer to see if they've given Bonamolo one. LeBron takes a strike, 0-2, and the pitch swung on, slow ground ball towards third baseman Willis. Tough play, and he bobbles it and then pushes it to the mound, and LeBron will reach.
Next up, the man for Alabama, the left fielder, number 3, Cade Snell.
Justin LeBron's infield bleeder will go down as a single. Cade Snell will bat. Bama 4, Oklahoma 1. Left-handed batting Snell walked his first time up as LeBron draws a throw. Two outs, a base runner for the Tide. And Snell takes a little bit low. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Malachi Witherspoon. Works out of the stretch, and the right-hander's pitch home. Swung on and lifted out towards the left fielder, Harris. He's got a glove on it, and that's it for Alabama. They will pick up a run, however. And after 2 straight innings of play, Crimson Tide out in front of the Sooners. It's Alabama 4, Oklahoma 1. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Alabama 4, Oklahoma 1 in the series finale at Sewell Thomas Stadium. Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money. Curt Bloom, Taylor Mays in our Learfield studios. Ethan Carabin to our right, taking care of all of our video production. Go to rolltide.com/auto owners to partner with an independent Alabama agent who could provide local expertise, personalized insurance today. Now the sun is trying to burn through the clouds. And looking at the radar and the forecast, we should not see rain the rest of the way this afternoon. Vinatieri toe the slab. 21-year-old right-hander from Watertown, Connecticut. First came south when he stopped in Atlanta to pitch for Georgia Tech for 3 years. 58 appearances over those 3 years, 23 starts. This is his 7th appearance and his 3rd start for the Tide this year. Top of the lineup, and Walk shows a bunt, takes a pitch for a strike. Walk lived up to his last name in the first inning when he walked and scored. Jason Walk, a sophomore. The pitch inside, almost hit him with a slider. Walk is 1 for 9 in the series. He got a base hit yesterday that snapped an 0 for 17. 1-1, low and away. Walk followed by Braden Horton, who will get his first at bat. Trey Gamble started and left, walked, and then was removed once he got to first base. Here's a 2-1. Swung on, fly ball towards the left fielder Snell. Towards the alley he runs. Glove extended, and Snell makes the catch. Cade got a great jump. Hauls it in. Rob Vaughn and Jason Jackson, they are thinking short term, which means each out Vinatieri gets you is less for the bullpen. Here's Braden Horton, a left-handed batter. First pitch is low and away. Horton is just 1 for 8 on the season. But everything that Vinatieri does from here on in is just gravy. Everybody, Rob Vaughn said, everybody is available, including his midweek starter, JT Blackwood, who has thrown well. Matthew Heiberger, the high-leverage lefty, is available. 1-1, hit on the ground to the second baseman. That's Norton. He gloves, he throws on to Hodo. 2 outs.
Next up, the batting catcher, number 2, Easton Carmichael.
Easton Carmichael. Vinatieri looking for a 3-up, 3-down. He has a 4-1 lead. Bama 4 runs, 4 hits. The Sooners 1 run on 2 hits. A wind in the pitch. In there for a strike of the knees. What a bonus this would be if Vinatieri can get a 3-up, 3-down inning. Breaking ball that is hit foul down the right field line. When you get a spot starter and he can give you 3+, you're already winning. 46 pitches so far for Vinatieri. And the 0-2 bounced it in the dirt, trying to overthrow his slider. Carmichael flied to right his first at bat. Crowd wants the strikeout. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just low with his curveball. Vinatieri ready, and the 1-2 pitch. Got him on the outside corner looking. Strike 3. And Vinatieri has got you 3 innings out of the bullpen. After 2.5, Alabama 4, Oklahoma 1. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. In Tuscaloosa, Alabama with a 4-1 lead. As number 12 takes a 4-1 lead over number 9. Be very interesting in the polls if Bama wins this series. Will they close the gap? Will they surpass Oklahoma? And Oklahoma's next series, by the way, they got a Tuesday midweek game against a rival, Texas Tech, and then Thursday through Saturday, they take on LSU. For Alabama, Samford here in a midweek game on Tuesday. The Bulldogs will come to town. And then 3 against rival Auburn, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Jason Torres is up first. 3-run home run back in the first inning. Alabama has added 1 run, so the Tide lead 4-1. The first pitch is in for a strike, 0-1. Malachi and his twin brother, 2 of the 3 starters on the weekend for the Sooners. Pitch in there for a strike. Kyson Witherspoon did not have his best stuff Friday night, and Alabama had some quality at bats and would eventually win 6-5. The 2-strike pitch, slider, low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Twins, first out of high school, went to Northwest Florida State College, a junior college. And then they both transferred here to Oklahoma last year. A 1-2. That's below the zone. 2-2. Mentioned that last year, Malachi Witherspoon, primarily a closer for the Sooners, now in the rotation. Count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Short windup, and the pitch is swung on, hit right field deep, but this one tails foul. Torres was able to keep one fair in the first inning. His 8th home run of the year for Torres. Now they tell me that the Witherspoon brothers have their mom living with them in Norman. A single mom who has raised 2 outstanding boys. They tell me from Oklahoma side that these are great kids. A 2-2. Breaking ball hit on the ground to the shortstop. That's Willits. Gloves off balance throw to his right. He gets there in time. 1 out. So it takes a very special mom to raise twins. Keeps her eye on her boys. She might be sitting on a couple of early round draft choices next, or this June, I should say. Will Hodo batting. Ground ball to first, or out, back to the mound, I should say. He was thrown out. His first at bat. First pitch to the lefty is inside. Now, this is Hodo's most prolonged slump of the season, including today in his last 5 games. He is 0 for 16. Here's a 1-0. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Hit back to the box as mentioned. Takes a deep breath. He's been in this position before. A 2-0. Strike on the inside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Still hitting .320 despite a current 0 for 16. Hitters count for Hodo. The 2-1. Inside 3-1. Hodo should be sitting on a fastball here. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases cleared. Short, compact windup and the pitch. Swing, lifted in the air, opposite way to deep left. Harris going back, looking up against the fence. It is Gonzo Hodo. As he rips a fastball opposite way, and Alabama leads Oklahoma 5-1. Solo shot for Hodo. Snaps an 0 for 16 in a loud way. And here's Coleman Mizell as the Tide lead the Sooners 5-1. Mizell at 273 coming in, hit by a pitch first at bat. And he goes after a big curveball and misses. So Ethan Carabin will be getting the Gonzo machine rolling again. And 0-1, breaking ball in for a strike. I've had that home run call my entire career, and that goes back to when I first started in pro ball in 1987. Here's an 0-2. Check, swing, the pitch was in for a strike. Either that or Mizell offered, but he is out. '88 rather was my first year. Yeah, 1988. And I was doing a game for the Bakersfield Dodgers. They are Class A. They were Class A for the LA Dodgers. And a guy hit a home run, and it just came out of my mouth. And it came out Gonzo Brown. Guy was, I think his name was Dale Brown. And I'm like, I looked around and like, huh, what? And my bosses afterwards, they said, hey, I like that. Keep it. And the one thing for you young broadcasters out there that you cannot do is you can't script any of this. A 1-0 pitch is swung on and lifted in the air towards the right fielder, Horton. Horton moving to his left near the foul line. Makes a catch, foul territory, and that will end the inning. But Hodo hits a home run opposite way. A Gonzo. 5-1, Bama over Oklahoma after 3. Top of the 4th is coming up. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. The Joe at Sewell Thomas Stadium, Alabama 5. They've hit 2 home runs, Oklahoma 1. And a remarkable outing by Aiden Finateri as he will go out there and at least start the 4th inning on the mound for the Crimson Tide. I mean, I don't think he knew any earlier than, let's say, yesterday afternoon after the game. Riley Quick was supposed to start. And Quick, again, is bothered by a blister that just didn't heal in time. And I would think they'll save him, forget the Samford game, and go after Auburn. Jackson Willits steps in here in the 4th inning. But meanwhile, you're getting some length. Here's a fly ball out towards the left fielder, Snell, moving to his right near the corner of the ballpark. He has room, makes a catch, and there's one out on 1 pitch. And, I mean, it doesn't get more efficient than that.
Next up, bat, first baseman, number 16, Dayton Hockey.
5 straight retired by Finateri. Dayton Taki, the first baseman. He struck out swinging his first time up. 5-1, the Tide lead the Sooners here in the top of the 4th. And the first pitch to the left-handed batter in there for a strike. His name is so close to the Hall of Fame kicker Adam Vinatieri, Patriots and Colts, but it's Aiden Finateri. Swinging a high pop-up. Bonamolo, the first one to reach. He's out in center. It won't go that far. It's going to be LeBron, the shortstop. Bonamolo broke in, but an easy play for Justin LeBron. And there are 2 outs. Kyle Branch grounded to second baseman Norton his first time up. So Tyler Fay is now warming up, which gives you the thought that this is the last half inning and maybe the last batter for Finateri. Kyle Branch takes one below the knees. What a rhythm that Finateri got in, helped by his catcher Brady Neal, a caught stealing of Dawson Willis, and he has retired everybody since. A 1-0, and that's in there for a strike. Leadoff single in the second, the last hit for Oklahoma. We're still early. We're in the top of the 4th inning, 5-1. The Tide lead the Sooners. As number 12 is trying to beat number 9 in the nation. A 1-1. That's a strike. Outlet or high. Brady Neal let it pop out of his glove, so your mind is telling you, oh, it's got to be a ball, but no. Anthony Perez called it a strike. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Finateri draws within 1 strike of 4 quality innings. The 1-2, swing and a ground ball that will go up the middle and through for a base hit. Nobody there. And that's the first hit since the second inning. And Branch lined it right back up the chute.
Next up the bat, designated hitter, number 40, Sam Christensen.
Only the 3rd hit for Oklahoma. All singles so far. And here's Sam Christensen, who has an infield single to the right of Brandon Norton, the second baseman. 5 runs on 5 hits for Bama. 1 run, 3 hits for the Sooners. Scoreboard has yet to give them their hit. A breaking ball swung on and missed. Slider and a good one. The computer has, and now the scoreboard. The scoreboard operator must be tuned into this broadcast. Has to be. As I said it, they went from 2 hits to 3 hits. 0-1. On the first, runner back. The TV crew today, Roger Hoover and Lance Cormier on the SEC Network. And the radio guy, Curt Bloom. Board op, Tabor Mays. Videographer, Ethan Carabin. And 0-1. Threw his breaking ball inside, just missed with his curveball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Finateri by now knows this is his last half inning. Fay behind him. Finateri desperately wants to get this last out to go 4 innings. A 1-1. Ground ball weakly hit towards Norton at second. Gloves, underhands to Hodo, who stretches. And a solid 4 innings put up there by spot starter Aiden Finateri. If Alabama goes on and wins this game, he's your story. We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Well, this is what we call a drop-in. It's a live read. Download the new Bojangles app and bring the flavor to your next baseball tailgate with chicken, biscuits, and fixins, all by ordering ahead on the convenient Bojangles app. It's Bo time, y'all. Bryce Fowler will be the first one up as the Sooners stick with Malachi Witherspoon. Fowler had 3 hits yesterday, went 3 for 4, doubled his first time up, so he has 4 hits in his last 5 at-bats, which follows a 1 for 32. Fowler, Neal, and then the top of the lineup. 8-9-1. They're left-handed against the Sooner right-hander Malachi Witherspoon. First pitch, Fowler checks. It's a ball. That's another indication that he's getting out of a slump. You take a borderline pitch, you start, you load, and then you take it for a ball. Fowler trying to get locked in. The pitch is inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Alabama has scored a run in each of their first 3 innings. Here's a 2-0. Fowler swings, pulls it on the ground to the second baseman. Branch, he bobbles it, pushes it into short right field for an error.
Next up to bat, the catcher, number 10, Brady Neal.
E4 charged to the second baseman, Branch. Brady Neal, infield single his first time up. Left-handed batter, trying to inflict some damage. The pitch is swung on, lined and dropping down in center, base hit. Two on, nobody out.
Next up to bat, center fielder, number 5, Richie Barnwell Jr.
Alabama with a 5-1 lead. There's action in the Sooners bullpen. Bonamolo with runners on first and second, and the house looking for a bunt. From the stretch, Bono already squares, no pitch thrown. He's going to keep it that way, and here's a pitch. It is bunted towards third, fair. Witherspoon picks, he decides not to throw, and Bono with an infield single.
Next up to bat, shortstop, number 1, Justin Moore.
And now a chance for the Tide to break this thing wide open. The nation leader in RBIs, but apparently he's going to face the bullpen. Skip Johnson coming out. We'll see if he has the hook. I believe he does. The home plate umpire, Anthony Perez, is going to ask Skip Johnson, what do you want to do? And surprisingly, Witherspoon stays in. Justin LeBron has been hit by a pitch. He has an infield single. And he leads the nation on RBIs with 52. He bats with nobody out and the bases loaded. Right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher. Outfield to the right, infield back First pitch, LeBron swings, fouls one. Behind home, high on the screen. It actually caroms on the fly right back to Easton Carmichael, the catcher, who made the grab. 0-1 as Justin LeBron was right on it. 13 home runs, won in this series, tied for second in the nation. First in RBIs, tied for second in home runs. 0-1, slider, no, missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. LeBron has already surpassed his home run total from last year by 1, and his RBIs by 15. And he was a freshman All-American. 1-1, right over the plate for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He had an epic at bat last night. 11 pitches, down 0-2. Gave Alabama a chance. They fell 1 run short, but he had an epic at bat. A 1-2. He takes just low, 2-2. I was telling the guys in the press box before the game, he is so locked in, so comfortable in the box that an umpire is thinking, well, if he doesn't swing, it has to be a ball. Count level at 2 with the bases loaded for Alabama. Witherspoon kicks, delivers a slider, and he's going to be called on strikes. High in the zone, maybe at the top of the zone, so Justin LeBron will leave 3 runners on. Pretty good frame job by Easton Carmichael. When I looked at it on replay, it looked not high, but it looked like it was just a skosh outside, and then Carmichael brought it back. Here's Cade Snell. And the first pitch is called a strike to the number 3 hole hitter, who has hit the ball to left field and walked and scored a run. Snell with an 8-game hitting streak on the line. 0-1. Swing and a ground ball to second. Sooners will only get 1. Branch goes to Taki. Snell gets an RBI. Very similar at bat he had yesterday afternoon. He will pick up a run batted in. Fowler will score the Tide's 6th run. Neal moves to third. Bonamolo moves up to second. And with 2 outs, Jason Torres will be the batter. Alabama has scored at least one run in each of their first 4 innings. Torres takes a curveball inside, but Torres has a chance now really to deliver with 2 outs, and this is where he has shined for most of the year. He has a chance to deliver the knockout punch to Witherspoon. 2-run single makes it 8-1. Outfield to the right, medium depth pitch. Curve is up high. So now Torres has got himself in a fastball count. Two 2-0 on Torres. 2 runners on, both in scoring position for the Tide. Here's a pitch. Swing and a miss. Big cut on a slider. Infield plays back with 2 outs. The pitch to Torres. He swings and lines one towards the right fielder. It's going to hang, and he drops it. Horton dropped it, and both runners will score. Torres heads to second, where he slides in. Braden Horton had it in his glove. Remember, he didn't start this game. He came in as a pinch runner. Alabama now with an 8-1 lead as Oklahoma has committed a couple of errors in this inning. Here's Will Hodo, 8-1, the Tide over the Sooners. Series finale. Pitch inside to Hodo. Braden Horton came in as a pinch runner. Dason Harris was the starting right fielder. He moved to left, and now Horton, the ball finds you when you least expect it, or at least want it. Runner on second. The inning still goes as Hodo swings and misses. Will hit a home run his last time up opposite field. And he broke his own little mini slump of 0 for 16. Count level, runner on second. Torres pitches in there for a strike. Yeah, those are 2 runs that Alabama will just pad their lead. It's more operating room for the bullpen. And a 1-2. Hodo takes strike 3. Shaved the inside corner. Good pitch, but not before Alabama scores 3 runs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4 complete. The Tide 8, the Sooners 1. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And go.
Well, there are 2 things that are going to happen before we see a pitch. 1, I'm going to take a sip out of my Stanley of my Crystal Light. And 2, we're going to take a 10-second timeout. We'll be back right after that timeout and let our stations identify themselves. 8-1, Bama leading Oklahoma. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Top of the 5th inning, and I am surprised mildly. I got to use that word mildly surprised that Vinatieri's still out there. Not because of the score, but this is a guy who's a spot starter, and I'm sure that he convinced Jason Jackson and Rob Vaughn that he's got another inning in him. Dawson Willis will bat here in the top of the 5th. 8-1, the Tide leading Oklahoma as Alabama is trying to win this series 2-1. First pitch from Vinatieri in there for a strike. And after a rocky first inning where it didn't look like he would survive, he only gave up 1 run but left runners on second and third. He has certainly found his rhythm. And 0-1. He takes right over the plate. Does Willis. Strike 2. Nothing wrong with that pitch. 3 up and 3 down in the 3rd. A 2-out single in the 4th. Faced only 3 batters in the 2nd. A 2-strike pitch. Bounced in the dirt. It just shows you about his character and his want. I'm sure that Alabama was ready to make the change, but Vinatieri said, no, I'm strong. I got enough. I got one more inning in me, so we're in the fifth. A 1-2. Check swing at a slider, and he went. Strike three. Fourth strikeout. One out, bases are empty for Dason Harris, who took a called strike three his first at bat. He swings here, rips one towards right field. Fowler on the run, got a good jump, and Fowler on the move cuts in front of Bonamolo to make the catch. And again, another efficient early out in the count for Finateri. Now Jason Walk. 0 for 1 with base on balls, and he has scored Oklahoma's only run as the Tide lead 8-1 here in the fifth. Squares shows a bunt, takes the pitch for a strike. Oklahoma's got Texas Tech Tuesday and then Thursday through Saturday at home against LSU. 0-1. That's got the strike zone, 0-2. For Alabama, a midweek game against Samford University, a team out of the Southern Conference, Tuesday here, and then 3 against the Auburn Tigers. 0-2, the pitch bounced in the dirt. Auburn 4-4 in the SEC. 20-7 overall. Alabama 5-3 with an 8-1 lead in the SEC. And Alabama has won 24 out of their first 28. The wind and the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air to left center. Bonamolo jumping. And now it's the left fielder. They both get together. They collide. The ball is loose. Picked up by Bonamolo. Snell is still down. Bonamolo finds LeBron, but that's going to be an inside the park home run. And now you got an issue on Cade Snell as he crashed into Bonamolo. And the training staff runs out to left field. Walk will wind up with an inside the park home run. And Alabama's left fielder, Cade Snell, collided with Bonamolo. Cade was ready for a dive. Bonamolo was caught in between a dive. Snell flat on his back. Oh, no, he's up. And that's Bonamolo that's down. Now they're both up. Yeah. No, nope. That's Bonamolo rather in center, laying down on. He has not gotten up. So it was Snell who first got attention. He's okay. There's a dive by Snell, and he runs into Bonamolo's leg. Head coach Rob Vaughn will go out and speak with his spark plug center fielder to check on him. Walk, by the way, inconsequential, will wind up with an inside the park home run.
Got a bonus break if you need.
But right now, all eyes are on Richie Bonamolo. Snell, who is also involved. Snell was the one who dove and came near the knee of Bonamolo. Now all of Alabama out there, all the team, the starting guys are praying. Bonamolo has not yet gotten up. We do have a bonus break, and as everyone here at the stadium hushes, and even starting pitcher Finateri goes down on one knee to pray, the Tide praying out in left center field for their center fielder Bonamolo. We will take a timeout. We'll be back after this break. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Richie Bonamolo is going to come out of the game. The best news of all, he is walking under his own power. Alabama will, I think they're going to move Snell over to center field. But more importantly, let's listen to the hand for Bonamolo. A vital part of the Bama offense and defense. You get in trouble if you speculate. The best news of all is he's walking under his own power. Slowly, but getting back into the dugout. And Rob Vaughn will talk with Anthony Perez and make the proper switch. That could have been a lot worse and a lot uglier. Cade Snell goes into the dugout as well. I'm thinking Snell's going to get a different glove and then go out and play center. That's nothing but a guess. It will be an inside the park home run for Jason Walk after the collision out in left center. We'll wait for Alan Gunther, who will tell everybody what's going on here, who's replacing who. And you can only hope that in Bonamolo's case, that, again, walking under his own power is good. Maybe got the wind knocked out of him. Perhaps a case where he's got to catch his breath. They probably will check for a concussion. Go through a battery of tests. Garrett Staten, the utility guy, will go out, and he will play left. Snell will move to center. This is the second time in 3 days something could have gone terribly wrong to Alabama's defense. First it was Justin LeBron. First it was LeBron Friday. Remember the dive in the ninth inning, his wrist bent. And this place got quite in a hurry. And then 2 days later, so it looks like, I believe Snell is also coming out. As Ethan Carabin has given me that Alabama's new outfield is going to be Brady Neal will take over in right. And after all that, Alabama is making a pitching change as well. Well, that's cool because it'll give us a chance to catch up. Left-hander Matthew Heiberger will come on in. We need to take a 60-second break. Heiberger, the new pitcher. This is Alabama baseball from Learfield. Dangerous play out in the outfield. Alabama has 5 new players. Garrett Staten will come off the bench and he will play left. Bryce Fowler moves from left to center. Brady Neal goes from home plate to right field. Will Plattner comes in to catch. And Finateri is replaced by Matthew Heiberger. So before the injury, quite a different look, and now 5 different guys. First pitch called strike after the delay. The batter is Braden Horton. Three infielders on the right side. And Alabama with a hodgepodge defense because of the injury. In fact, both outfielders came out. I would think precaution. Both really, really tough guys. And I think just to play it safe. It's game 3. You're going to have an off day tomorrow. Off day Monday. Give them a couple of days to shake it off, whatever it is. Hope that at least one of the 2 guys can come back against Sanford. And you hope that both guys can come back against Auburn. Meanwhile, Horton sends one foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Heiberger a lefty. The pitch is taken outside. And he had 4 2/3 innings by the starter, Finateri. Two. Got him at the bottom of the zone. Strike 3. See ya. It took a while, but Oklahoma and Alabama are halfway done. Middle of the 5th inning. Crimson Tide 8, the Sooners 2. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Midway through, we had a 32-minute rain delay. We have an injury timeout. And here we are after 3 o'clock. Alabama 8, Oklahoma 2. Bottom of the 5th inning for the Tide. And Malachi Witherspoon still out there despite giving up 8 runs, 7 hits. A couple of errors behind him, so the damage is not as much as it seems because of the 8 runs, should be 4 earned. Now they'll go 5, 8 and 5. Coleman Mizell will bat here in the last of the 5th, home half of the 5th. Alabama has lost 2/3 of their starting outfield on one play, one collision out in left center. Mizell takes a ball low and away, 1 ball and no strikes. He has struck out and been hit by a pitch. Looking for his first hit in the series, 0 for 4. And he's going to take a fastball for a strike. Alabama will show their depth today. A 1-1, swung on line foul left side. Ball of 2 strikes as Mizell leads off here in the bottom of the 5th. Alabama scored at least 1 run in every inning. Check swing at a change up, and he went around. Did Mizell. Didn't get a good look. He was in swing mode. Brennan Norton will be the batter. 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. Caught looking and flied out to right. He takes a strike. Alabama with a 6-run lead in the series finale. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Alabama does have depth, and it will be put to the test the rest of this game. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch is outside. Bonamolo is out, and Snell has been removed on a collision out in left center that would eventually lead to an inside the park home run. One out, bases clear. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, check swing went. 6 strikeouts for Witherspoon. 8-2, Alabama leading Oklahoma in the bottom of the 5th. Alabama has not gone down in order. Bryce Fowler will attempt to keep that stat going. 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored. He reached on an error his last at bat. He takes a pitch that whistles to the backstop. Double for Fowler back in the 2nd inning. Scored on what was a double play ball by Richie Bonamolo. A 1-0, outside and low. In the 4th inning, Fowler led off, reached on an error by the second baseman, Branch, which would eventually lead to 2 unearned runs. 3 runs total. 2-0, hitter's pitch. Fouled right side. Dropped fly ball out in right field by Braden Horton led to the final 2 runs in that inning. 2-1, swing and a miss. Witherspoon looking for his first perfect inning, and he misses inside, and it hit him. So he will not have a perfect inning as Fowler got hit on his shoe tops. 3rd Alabama player to get hit in this game. Got him on the back foot. Brady Neal, and that started for a while, but this is a 2 for 2 with a run scored. 2 solid at bats. Will Plattner has taken over most of the duties behind home plate. Plattner had about a half a game off until the injury out in left center, which took two outfielders. And so Neal got the start. Now Neal's actually in right field and Plattner's in behind home. So Neal 2 for 2. Left-handed batter takes a strike. And 0-1. Witherspoon misses inside. Count level 1-1 on Neal. The 1-1 pitch. Change up low, 2 balls, 1 strike. Hitter's count for Neal. Alabama with 2 catchers who started their careers with SEC schools. 2-1 pitch. Low, check, and he went. Neal started his career at LSU. Plattner started his career at Ole Miss. Two outs. Fowler at first. The stretch in the Witherspoon pitch. Swing, chop towards second base. You got to get the pitcher over there to cover. It's close and out by a hair, by a whisker is Neal, as Branch and Witherspoon combine on the rare 4-1. Alabama does not score a run. They'll strand a runner. After 5, Alabama leads Oklahoma 8-2. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Sunday afternoon at the Joe. Alabama 8, Oklahoma 2 as we head to the top half of the 6th inning. Alabama with a pair of 3-run innings. Oklahoma, they have an inside the park home run when 2 outfielders collided out in left center. Bank anywhere at any time with CB&S Bank Digital Solutions. Managing your finances has never been so easy. Easton Carmichael will bat here. He's the catcher, bats third for the Sooners. He's 0 for 2 in today's game. Takes the first pitch, breaking ball from Heiberger for a strike. Be sure to visit the Bryant Museum on your next visit here to Tuscaloosa. Located on the UA campus just across from Coleman Coliseum. Open every day from 9 until 4, except Mondays. Access online at BryantMuseum.com. Heiberger misses. I was trying to hear what Alan Gunther was saying about the lineup. 2-1 pitch, swung on, lifted towards the center fielder. That's Fowler. Fowler straightens up and makes the catch. 1 away. He was shading towards right center. Here's Jackson Willits, who has an RBI single. He gave Oklahoma a 1-0 lead in the first inning. He takes a strike and flied out to left. So Willits is 1 for 2. He has 2 hits in the series in 9 at-bats. Takes low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Alabama trying to win the series. They would if they get this game. It would be 2-1 over a team that came in ranked slightly higher in the polls. Willits sends one foul. Oklahoma at 9 coming in. Alabama at 12. Alabama looking to go 6-3 in the SEC. 2-2 pitch, strike 3. Willits went right over a fastball. So Heiberger looking for a 1-2-3 inning, gets a swing and a miss to start from Dayton Taki. Check, swing, strike. And if I'm not mistaken, Ethan, that's Bonamolo out in center. That's what Alan Gunther was saying. The pitch here is swung on and lifted out towards right center field. Bonamolo, in his natural position, makes the catch. We saw this guy barely get off the field. Anyways, a 1-2-3 inning. And now after 5.5, the Tide with an 8-2 lead over the Sooners. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Went 5 innings. He allowed 7 hits, 8 runs, of which 5 are going to be called earned. Walked 1, and he struck out 6. So Alabama with an 8-2 lead, and the Crimson Tide will bat here in the bottom half of the 6th. So Bonamolo was able to sub back in after passing the concussion protocol. Michael Catalano will be the new pitcher for Oklahoma. And again, you'll please excuse me, since it's college rule, and I didn't know that, but he was able to sub it back in. You know what? We're going to take it one batter at a time, and we'll figure out who's where. But Bonamolo started in center, and he also started in the leadoff spot, and so he's back there after passing the concussion protocol. Takes a breaking ball from the new pitcher, low and away. The score is 8-2. Alabama leading Oklahoma here as we go to the bottom of the sixth. Breaking ball, strike. One ball, one strike. So this is not Plattner batting. You got to get Plattner in there at some point. Staten went in for Snell. Yeah, the best news of all is that one of your two outfielders is in, and the guy who made the dive, Snell, at the moment is out. He got up quicker and was able to walk away quicker. Bonamolo takes a ball, 3 balls and 1 strike. Two tough kids. 3-1. Bonamolo swings foul ball right side. I think when this is said and done, Alabama is going to need to have their players rest tonight. It's Sunday. They have off Monday. I got a game on Tuesday against Samford. 8-2 lead for the Tide. The pitch. Breaking ball lined out towards the left fielder, Harris. Harris falls down, and did he make that spectacular catch? He did. He actually did a backward somersault and made the catch. That is complete lunacy. Falls, makes the catch, and then does a backward somersault. Here's Justin LeBron. LeBron 1 for 2. Swing, high fly to deep right center field. Walk going back, walk to the fence. He leaps at the fence. He collides and makes the catch. We got guys just sacrificing their body both ways. Walk makes a spectacular catch. Robs extras from Justin LeBron. He hit the soft part. There is padding about 4 feet up on that bullpen fence. That's what he actually hit, did Jason Walk. So this is Plattner, and Will take a strike. He will bat for Snell. They're in Snell's spot. Right-handed hitter takes low, did not start the game. Plattner basically taking over the catching duties. .339 batting average. 12 runs batted in. 1-1, and that's a line drive foul to the right side. Plattner hitting in Snell's spot, but he's catching, and Neal went from catcher to right field. Count is 1-2 the pitch. Curveball that just missed low. Michael Catalano, 1-0 record, 9 appearances, ERA of 5.59. A 2-2. Got him looking inside corner. Four-seam fastball. It had some sink to it. And Alabama will go down rarely for the first time today in order. 2/3 of the way in after 6. Alabama 8, Oklahoma 2 in the series finale. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. All right, that was the voice of Chris Stewart. Alabama men's basketball, they lost last night to Duke. And Chris and Brian Passink and Tom Stipe flying either probably this afternoon versus last night. 8-2, Alabama leading Oklahoma. As we go to the top of the 7th, that means we are 2/3 of the way home. Matthew Heiberger now trying to go and give some length. Aiden Finateri was outstanding. He just gave Alabama everything he had. He left it on the table and said, here, take it. I was surprised he went out for the 5th as curveball misses up high. He went out for the 5th, got the first 2 batters, then the collision out in left center field, which took out both Snell and Bonamolo at that time. Inside the park home run, and that's when Rob Vaughn decided to make the pitching change, bring Heiberger in, who struck out the first guy that he faced. Now Heiberger misses up high, facing Kyle Branch. Branch is 1 for 2 with a single. 3 hits in the series. The pitch, up and in. So Oklahoma hopes to start a rally with a walk here in the 7th.
Next up to bat, the designated hitter, number 40, Sam Christensen.
Houston knocks off Tennessee by a score of 69-50. So they will advance to the Final Four. Breaking ball. That was a slider outside that missed to Sam Christensen. He held up. One ball, no strike. 7th inning. And a fastball that missed outside as well. Talk about building a puzzle. 6 of the pieces of the 9 are in now. You got 3 more pieces left. Swing ground ball that's going to find the hole on the right side. Branch had a hold up, so he'll stop at second. First and second now for the Sooners with nobody out.
Next up to bat, third baseman, number 5, Dawson Willis.
Jason Jackson will call time. And we've mentioned this during the series that Jackson, as pitching coach and the associate head coach, does make the pitching changes. Right-hander Tyler Fay has been up and down a couple of times. 2 runners on, nobody out. And Alabama sitting on a 6-run lead, 8-2. Home plate umpire. Anthony Perez wants to know what Alabama is doing, and it looks like Alabama is going to the bullpen. The new pitcher will be Colson Buchanan. He's a right-hander. We'll tell you more about him, but we got to go take a station ID break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. New pitcher is Buchanan. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Colson Buchanan, the new pitcher, he's made 7 appearances. No record and an ERA of 1.12. He is a member of the exclusive CB Club, by the way, if you were wondering. Colson Buchanan. Charles Barkley is our president. Carol Burnett, our vice president. And I am your secretary of the CB Club. Should be the accountant. We also, by the way, when we eat at the CB Club, we serve, of course, cheeseburgers. And again, Buchanan is our newest inductee into the CB Hall of Fame. Alabama out in front here in the 7th inning by a score of 8-2, but Oklahoma has put the first 2 on with nobody out, and Alabama's bringing in Buchanan in exchange for Heiberger. First pitch is a curveball outside. Dawson Willis has forced a runner and struck out. He is the starting third baseman. The pitch, swing, high fly and foul down the right field line. It will be out of reach. Chased by Brady Neal and Brennan Norton, as well as Will Hodo. And yes, that's Neal in right. Bonamolo is back in center, and there's a 1-1 swung on and missed. Yeah, that's Fowler back out in left. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Buchanan checks the runner at second. Kicks, comes home. Missed, not by much. Like to put the ball in play if you're Buchanan. Try to get a ground ball. Here's a 2-2. High ball 3. Count is run full. Oklahoma, 2 runners on, nobody out. A 3-2 swung on and lifted out of play. Foul ball right side. Willis is 6'4", 190 from Ruston, Louisiana. A 3-2, Buchanan misses outside. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. 2 walks and a single in the inning.
Next up, the bat left fielder, number 17, Harris.
And here is Harris, started in right, moved over to left. Oklahoma's actually they had to make a change early on as well when Trey Gamble walked and then was taken out in the first inning, a swing and a foul to the left side. And pronounced Dasan Harris. 0 for 2. He has taken a called strike 3. He has lined out to right. 0-1. Ground ball towards first. Hodo squares, goes to second. Close play, got the out there as a run will score. Oklahoma gets their third run of the game. They will have runners on first and third.
Now batting center fielder, number 1, Jason Wall.
One out and runners on the corners. The run belongs to Heiberger. Inning not over yet. Here's Walk. Only one out. Top of the lineup. And Walk takes a strike on a slow curveball. It was his ball struck in the fifth inning that wind up a collision between, at the time, Cade Snell and Richie Bonamolo. Wound up as an inside the park home run. This pitch is low. That was the second run. Third run has come home here. And runners on the corners, one down. Buchanan sets and delivers. Swing and a miss. Slider that dropped out. Once again, Alabama's pitchers trying to limit the damage. A 1-2 pitch, just low as he cut home plate right in half. 2-2. Tide lead the Sooners by 5 rather. Here's a pitch. Slider, check swing, he went around. Strike 3. There's Braden Horton. Buchanan trying to wiggle out of here and hold the Sooners to 1 run as his first pitch is in for a strike. Buchanan trying to get to the stretch break. 8-3, the Tide lead the Sooners. That pitch is low. One and one. Horton took over as a pinch runner and has also made a crucial error out in right field. He swings and lines a base hit out to left center field in front of Bonamolo. The runner is going to try to go to third. Here's a throw by Bono, not in time. And moving back door to second is Horton. So Braden Horton will pick up an RBI single.
Next up, the batter, catcher, number 2, Easton Carmichael.
Deshaun Harris slid in safely at third. And good base running behind him by Braden Horton, because now Horton is in scoring position. A single could bring you 2 more, but first thing we're going to bring is Jason Jackson out of the Alabama dugout. Well, Alabama knew from the very beginning, when you use a spot starter or a bullpen guy, you know you're going bullpen the entire way. And Rob Vaughn told Roger Hoover on the pregame show, everybody is available. And now it looks like we got Tyler Fay coming in. So the new pitcher is Tyler Fay for Alabama. We'll take a 1-minute timeout. You're listening to Alabama Baseball from Learfield. Bank anywhere at any time with CB&S Bank Digital Solutions. Managing your finances has never been so easy. Also a sponsor of our pregame chat. And we get you back here at Sewell Thomas Stadium, where Alabama has an 8-4 lead. They turn to sophomore Tyler Fay. No record with an ERA of 3.45. Bama fans, be sure to catch Hey Coach and the Nate Oates Show, presented by Alpha Insurance, live from Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Tuscaloosa. They'll be there tomorrow night from 6 until 7 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Your mission, if you're Alabama, is get to the finish line, no matter how, by any means necessary. And you can't, as a staff, you can't worry about the stats. They don't. The bottom line is, can you record 27 outs and get the win? Well, trying to piece this puzzle together. And because of the offense, Alabama has an 8-4 lead as the Sooners have struck twice here in the 7th. Alabama is 7 outs away. Here is Easton Carmichael, who takes a strike. I don't think you have to mention anything to Rob Vaughn or Jason Jackson about the team outing today. The 0-1 is in there for a strike. You buy into a program, you buy into the university, and you don't worry about I gave up this run or I pitched this many innings. Get to the finish line in the SEC. Did you get a win today? 8-4, Bama over Oklahoma. Here's an 0-2 from Fay, outside. Finateri made it possible with 4 2/3 innings. Alabama trying to get a win in which Riley Quick was hoping to start. Here's a 1-2. Swing fouled right behind home plate. Two runs home in this inning. Charge to Heiberger. Fay sets in the 1-2. Breaking ball that got away high and almost hit the helmet. Good play by Plattner, the catcher. Had to reach around the shoulders and the helmet, and now Rob Vaughn wants time. Let's see what Vaughn is pointing to. Oh, Rob's going to get a consultation. At the very least, the umpires will get together. I need a replay. I'm thinking, did he check his swing? I don't think he went. But instead of challenging it, Rob Vaughn asked Anthony Perez to talk with the other umpires. We'll keep it as is. It's 2-2, 2 outs. And Fay comes home, and the pitch is line foul right side. Long and lean, Tyler Fay creates a good downward plane. Count level 2-2. The pitch home, swung on, line towards right field. Incoming is Neal, and the converted catcher makes a sliding catch. And he is pumped up. Neal takes a 2-run single away from Carmichael and keeps this game as in. From Tuscaloosa at Sewell Thomas Stadium, get up and stretch. Alabama 8, Oklahoma 4. No further. We owe our stations an identification break. Bama 8, Oklahoma 4. You're listening to Alabama Baseball from Learfield.
Thank you.
Bottom of the 7th, Jason Torres will lead off for Alabama. 8-4, the Tide over the Sooners. 7 of the 9-piece puzzle has been put together by Alabama. Jason Torres will be the hitter. 3-run home run put Alabama in front. They have not surrendered that lead. That was in the bottom of the first. Since then, he has grounded to short, and then he reached on a 2-base error out in right field that allowed 2 more Alabama runners to score. That was big, big cushion at the time. A foul and a ball hit to the right side, had a play. Alabama trying to win the series and raise their record to 6-3 in the SEC. Curveball, ground ball back to the mound, third base side, picked up by the pitcher, and he throws on to first. Catalano fielding his position. Georgia came in 7-1. In fact, the Bulldogs came into today, looks like we're going to get a pitching change. The Bulldogs came into today with a 7-game winning streak, 7-1 in the SEC, and 27-2 overall. Arkansas 6-1, Tennessee 6-1, Texas 6-1, LSU 6-2, Ole Miss 6-3, Alabama and Oklahoma today started at 5-3. We, as in you, me, and everybody else listening, we're going to go back to the bullpen as the new pitcher is James Hitt. We'll take a 60-second timeout. We'll get you back here at Sewell Thomas Stadium. You're listening to Alabama Baseball from Learfield. CB along with you from Sewell Thomas. Alabama out in front of Oklahoma, 8-4. And the new pitcher has one of, not the worst, but one of the worst names that you could possibly have if you were a pitcher. It is James Hitt. So he's going to go through this world of baseball and try not to live up to his last name on the back of his jersey. Hitt. This will be his 13th appearance, his second in this series, an ERA of 3.46, 13 innings and 14 base hits. He's in the face Hodo, and again, Hitt was here in Friday night's game. Went 2 innings, allowed a run on 3 hits. He did strike out 5. In fact, he came in the 5th inning to face Hodo and struck him out. So this is Hodo versus Hitt, part 2, the remix. Left on left. 8-4, Alabama in front of Oklahoma. We were in the bottom of the 7th, 1 out, and the base is cleared. Hodo 1 for 3 with a home run. First pitch from hit in there for a strike. Opposite field home run for Hodo in the third. Alabama has hit 2 home runs today. In fact, both of them have gone opposite way. Torres to right, Hodo to left. Hits 0-1 is low and away. Count level. Infield plays to pull. Outfield just a skosh to the left and center. Here's a pitch. Low. So Hodo has worked himself into a hitter's count. Prior to the home run, he was 0 for 16. Eight 4, Bama leading Oklahoma. A 2-1. Swing and ripped into right field. Take that, left on left. Hodo with a screaming line drive out to right field. 1 on, 1 out. Now Alabama gets their first hit since the 4th. And here's Coleman Mizell, another left-handed batter. Mizell is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. He's also been hit by a pitch. Love to get a base hit just like left-handed batter in front of him, Hodo. 3 infielders, by the way, left side as a slider gets in for a strike. Well, Mizell doesn't have a hit yet in the series, officially 0 for 4. Here's an 0-1. Swing, bouncing ball to the shift, and on to second base for 1. Back to first, not in time. Third baseman Willis received that throw from the shortstop, Willits. I haven't scored a whole lot of 6-5s, but that was a 6-5 putout. And here is Brandon Norton. Norton 0 for 3. Good chance for him here to do some damage against a left-handed pitcher. Norton, a right-handed batter. The first pitch comes in. He takes a big swing and a miss. Brennan Norton now 1 for his last 16. Batting average has dropped to 234. Base runner with 2 outs for the tie. The pitch swung on, lifted foul, right side out of play. Alabama has 8 runs on 8 hits. Oklahoma 4 runs, 6 hits. They've committed 2 errors. Stay with us on the postgame show. We will talk with head coach Rob Vaughn. N-0-2. Just missed. Curveball, I'm not sure where. You got your choice. You go high, you got low. Ball and 2 strikes. Good hold by Norton. Looking for a fastball that he can devour. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss up in the zone, and a good pitch there by James Hitt. They had Norton chasing, so Alabama will strand a runner. They get 1 hit in the inning after 7 complete. Alabama 8 runs on 8 hits. Oklahoma 4 runs on 6 hits. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. 4, Alabama over Oklahoma. Tennessee 7. South Carolina 2. Vols sweep the series. Arkansas beats Vanderbilt. Score 7-3. Other SEC scores. The Original Party Punch is an official sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide with a lineup of bold flavors that are low sugar, they're gluten-free, and they're sustainably packaged and resealable. Beatbox has a flavor for everyone. Look for it across the Southeast for your next tailgate. 8th inning, Fay for the Tide. First pitch, batter shows bunt, takes a strike, does Willits. Make sure you tune in to the Crimson Drive Thursday afternoons on all the Crimson Tide Sports Network social media outlets. Crimson Drive is live each Thursday at 2 Central. Be sure to join for the latest on Alabama athletics. It's 8-4 lead for the Tide. Swing and a foul at home. Seven of the 9 pieces of this puzzle have been put in place by Rob Vaughn and Jason Jackson, but they need 2 more pieces, and those are always the 2 hardest. Lurking in that Alabama bullpen will be Carson Osmer. He's the closer, and you've gotten close enough right now that he can come in at any time. Meanwhile, that foul ball got a good piece of Jackson Willits. Had a good time to remind you that his father, Reggie, who had a 6-year career with the Angels, is an associate coach. After playing 2 years at a junior college, Reggie would finish his career at Oklahoma. And now, after being involved in the Yankees, he was one of Aaron Boone's coaches. Yeah, there it is on the SEC network. Got a 6-year career, did Reggie Willits, and real close to Yankee manager Aaron Boone. Swinging a foul left side. He was always a speedy outfielder. He's got 2 sons. One of them is Jackson, who's batting here, and the other one is a high school shortstop, and the Oklahoma people said he will not see college ball, that he will be a first-round draft pick. Fay's pitch, a changeup low. Ball and 2 strikes. Willits, Taki, and Branch against Alabama's Tyler Fay. 1-2 pitch. Swing, ground ball hit sharply towards Norton. He slides down and now bobbles and does not throw. Norton in short right field. The wet grass, feet gave out. And he was unable to get back up. Here's Taki as Oklahoma tries to piece something together here in the 8th. They're down by 4, 8-4, the Tide over the Sooners. The pitch, good breaking ball, snakes in there for a strike. Willis is going to wind up with a single, by the way. Not scored an error. Changeup swung on and missed. So the official score giving the benefit of the doubt to Brennan Norton on that wet grass. Throw to first, Willits gets back in. Buchanan's line finished at 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Pitch coming home was low. And now Fay working on his line. Things will get dicey if Taki reaches. The lead is 4. The pitch is swung on and belted in the air to deep right field, and that one is gone. 2-run home run for Taki. That's his 2nd home run of the series. And the lead is trimmed to 2 at 8-6. And I wonder if Osmer comes in after the 2-run home run.
Second baseman, number 6, Kyle Branch.
That ball was right in the bat plane of Taki. So base is empty. Alabama's lead is 2, 8-6. Here's Kyle Branch. He's going to try a bunt third base side. It is foul. Second home run of the game for Oklahoma. This one goes to Taki. Alan Dunn, who does a lot of broadcasting with me, and he'll do a lot on the SEC Network this year. He told me last night, he goes, every game in the SEC is going to be decided by 1 or 2 runs. It is a battle of attrition. This one is lined out towards center. Bonamola got a good jump, and Richie moving to his right puts it away.
Next up, the bat designated hitter, number 40, Sam Christensen.
Well, each team with 8 hits. Sam Christensen is announced, and Jason Jackson yet another mound visit. Osmer is the closer. Could be asked to get a 5-out save. 1 out, base is empty. Got a 2-run home run in the inning by Dayton Taki. Sooners are within 2. No signal yet from Jackson. And now he has just signaled that he is going to the bullpen. Alabama to the bullpen, and Alabama holding on, nursing a 2-run lead. This is Braylon Myers, so they will stay away from Osmer for a moment. The new pitcher is Braylon Myers. We'll take a 60-second timeout. You're listening to Alabama Baseball on Learfield. Braylon Myers is one of your high leverage guys for Alabama. 2-0 record with an ERA of 2.55, 11 games. In 17 2/3 innings, he's allowed just 10 hits. He also has posted 20 strikeouts. And the opponents are hitting just 169 against him. So this is high leverage. And you are trying to get to the finish line and trying to build that bridge and get over to Osmer. The more that Myers gets, the less work that Osmer will have to do. And Osmer did give up a home run and the lead in the series opener on Friday, but Alabama was able to come from behind and score 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th and then get the win. We also have had this afternoon a 32-minute rain delay. We had an injury out in left center field. 2 Alabama outfielders were colliding. Cade Snell was taken out. Bonamolo was out, and then Bonamolo, past concussion protocol, came back in. Snell is not. 1 out, bases empty. Myers against Christensen. Left-handed hitter. He's got power. First pitch in there for a strike. Change up. Myers goes to the pitch count, puts the glove in front of the ear, ready to rock, and the pitch is swung on and missed. So they follow soft with hard, and Christensen is down 0 for 2. He's had 2 hits today, 2 out of 3. Here's an 0-2. Breaking ball low. Christensen, batting 7th in the lineup, has 5 hits in this series, including a home run. A 1-2. That's low. 2-2. Alabama's going to employ 3 infielders on the right side. 2-2. That's in there at the knees, strike 3. Certainly right across the middle of the plate. And just at the knees for the 2nd out in the inning. And here is Dawson Willis. 0 for 2 with a walk. Infield back to normal positioning as the pitch is low and away. Three for 8 in the series for Dawson Willis. Pitch is swung and foul tip to the glove. So Osmer is in the pen, as well as Hagen Banks. Alabama by 2, 8-6 over the Sooners. A pitch is swung on, skied 3 miles high, foul. Plattner, the catcher. Here comes Torres from third. Torres, near the on-deck circle, makes the catch. Nice job by Braylon Myers. And so Oklahoma will get the 2-run home run. And then Myers comes in to settle things down. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, the Tide 8, the Sooners 6. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Well, Ethan Carabin has to teach me the lyrics to Dixieland Delight. It's the Alabama song that you watch TV and you watch Alabama football. Now, you also might need that guy at the network hitting the button that says mute, because a lot of it comes out dirty, but they'll go with the G-rated version here. Bottom of the 8th. Alabama would feel comfortable if they can get another run aboard. It's 8-6. Alabama over Oklahoma. We're in the bottom of the 8th. 3 infielders right side against Fowler. First pitch, he goes oppo. Sinking line drive to left field. It is dropped by Harris, who's had problems. Heading to second base with a head-first slide is Fowler with nobody out. He's in. I would imagine a double. It hit the glove, but it was a sinking line drive. It was really going to be a tough catch. And again, every outfielder who's tried to make a catch since the rain delay, their feet have gone from out from under them. And that brings up Brady Neal. Pick off at second, off the glove of Willits, but Fowler didn't realize it, so Fowler not going anywhere. He stays right where he is. Oklahoma catches a mild break. Time called by Easton Carmichael. And now you got the entire Sooners infield joining this discussion. Double for Fowler, his second of the game. Brady Neal batting. Alabama is able to gather their offense as Oklahoma gathers their pitching and defense. Reed Hensley warming up for the Sooners. A very interesting decision for Rob Vaughn, and here's why. Neal's been hitting the ball today. Hit the ball 3 times. He's got 2 hits. It is a left on left. The corner guys are looking for the bunt. You'd be bunting to Bonamolo, who is on deck, if you go that route. First pitch. Swung on, lifted high, foul down the left field line. It will be out of play. So at least for one pitch, Neal not asked to bunt. Now, you also have to know the skill level of Brady Neal. Is he a good bunter? I don't know many catchers that are great bunters. You can email me or call me later on and say, hey, I was a catcher and I was a great bunter, but Neal, because he has swung away in this game and has got a couple of hits, is at least given the opportunity. And he pulls one on the ground to the second baseman. Glove there by Branch. And on to third base goes Fowler. And that is what we call a productive at-bat by Brady Neal and rewarding his manager. So you got Bonamolo, and you also got Skip Johnson, and Skip's going to go to his bullpen and bring in Reed Hensley. Johnson in his 8th year, and he has pointed. The new pitcher is Reed Hensley. Bama with a runner on third, 1 out in the last of the 8th inning. We'll be back in 60 seconds. You're listening to Alabama Baseball on Learfield. Hodo, in the games that I have called, the one thing is he puts the ball in play, and he has a knack of getting runs in. Now, he had bases loaded in the second and grounded into a double play with nobody out. The run still scored. It was better than a strikeout. So as it starts to rain again here at Sewell Thomas, I thought we were done with rain, but bottom of the 8th inning, a big at bat for Bonamolo. And here comes Oklahoma. And we are going into a rain delay. Rain delay. As the rain comes down, the tarp goes back on. We are in the bottom of the 8th with a very tense situation. A runner on third, one out. Alabama trying to increase their lead. And now the big tarp for the first time today is coming on the field, and you can see again all of Alabama's team, the entire team. An egoless, selfless club. They're out there rolling the tarp, hoping that this game will continue. Alabama with an 8-6 lead, bottom of the 8th, one out. And we are going into rain delay theater. We'll give Taylor Mays a chance to get caught up. Oklahoma scored 1 run in the first inning off of spot starter Aiden Finateri. He stranded 2 in scoring position. Jason Torres, a 3-run opposite field home run in the first. When Alabama took that 3-1 lead, they have not surrendered the lead, but 2 runs in the 7th, 2 runs in the 8th. Oklahoma has cut the lead down to 8-6. And now again, the big tarp is on the field, which means they expect rain here for probably 25, 30 minutes max. So the big tarp is on the field, and I'm going to make a calculated guess here that this is about 30 minutes, hopefully no more. This is our second rain delay of the afternoon. But since we're on a major network and we have affiliates all throughout, we got to stay somewhat in tune and somewhat in sync. So as I look at my clock and we're at the bottom of the hour, if everybody is okay with this, we're going to give you an update at the top of the hour, Central Time. It should be around 5 o'clock when we give you that update. So let me give you a line score, an ID, and then we'll head back to Learfield. Alabama, 8 runs on 9 hits, no errors. Oklahoma reading 6 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. Alabama with a runner on third, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. And we will be in a rain delay. This is Curt Bloom from Sewell Thomas Stadium. This is also the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. And here comes Oklahoma on the field. I had one source telling me that we were not going to start until 5:15, and my eyes tell me something different. The Sooners are back on the field. Alabama has a runner on with one out in the bottom of the 8th. This is our second rain delay. Now the sun is back out. The Sooners have gone to their bullpen, Reed Hensley. He had been announced, but he did not throw a pitch to Richie Bonamolo, and Bonamolo has already had a very adventurous afternoon. And Roger Hoover, who is your main broadcaster, he confirmed that it was concussion protocol, so they took Bono out. He passed concussion protocol, and then he went back in. Now, interestingly enough, Cade Snell was involved in that collision, and he did not go back in. And I said this, Alabama's going to need the rest of this afternoon. It's too bad it's taken so long because they need a night to rest, recover, and then I'll be curious to see what Rob will do tomorrow on a Monday with Sanford coming in here on Tuesday, because with Justin LeBron coming back from his little wrist issue, Cade Snell now out of this game, Bonamolo in and out of this game, Alabama can use a day or two off, but schedule won't allow that to happen. Meanwhile, looks like Oklahoma is going to bring their infield in with one out and Bonamolo coming up. And I've said this again, you like Richie in this situation. For the main reason is he's going to put the bat on the ball. Alabama 8, Oklahoma 6. Infield in for the Sooners. Runner on third base, and they'll pick at third, and going back to third base, getting there safely is Fowler. Pretty good idea, especially get a right-handed pitcher. So the infield is in. Taki, the first baseman, is way in on the grass. And the first pitch is outside 1-0. The nation's leader in RBIs is on deck, and that's shortstop Justin LeBron. But you'd like to get the run home now, take some pressure off LeBron. A 1-0 pitch. That's high and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Sooners infield is in. Willits, Branch, and Taki. Outfield straight away, we'll call them medium depth. The 2-0 pitch catches the strike zone. It's 2-1. A cutter from Hensley. Fowler at third runs very well. 2-1, swing fouled right side, 2-2. That was a pitch where Bonamolo would want it back. He got a good rip at it, but it looked like he was in pull mode. So the count is level at 2-2. Hensley might be able to drop a breaking ball in for a strike. Bonamolo trying to get something up in the zone that he can get to the outfield. Here is a 2-2. Curveball, ground ball, third base side runner has to hold. Willis will throw on to first. It's one of the rare times that Bonamolo unable to pick up a runner. But all is not lost for Alabama, because this cat here leads the nation in RBIs. 52 of them. And guess what? They will walk him before he gets settled. He has already taken off his gloves and his elbow guard, so they will not Here's Will Plattner. They will not allow Justin LeBron to swing. Will Plattner's first at bat was a cold strike 3. Did not start the game. He came in after numerous changes. First pitch, swing, hit on the ground, is short, glove by Willits. Willits short way to second, and that is how the inning will end. So Alabama had a runner stranded at third. And we go to the top half of the 9th inning. Alabama holding on to an 8-6 lead over Oklahoma. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. So the Bama closer, Carson Osmer, will come on and pitch the 9th. The numbers on Osmer, the closer. 3-0 record, ERA of 165, 6 saves. Now he has allowed home runs in his last 2 appearances. Raylan Myers goes 2/3 of an inning. He is the current pitcher of record, but Osmer needs to get the last 3 outs. So we have described Osmer a bunch. And here's the story, a little bio and a little thing about him as a closer. First of all, he grew up in Texas. He spent 4 years in the Ivy League at Penn. Chose his 5th year to come down here to the South. This guy was a pitcher and a hitter at Penn. 6'2", 205. An unorthodox closer. Most of your closers come in and they throw mid to upper 90s. For Osmer, it's the opposite. It is movement, deception, tough to really square him up unless he makes a mistake. Again, as I've described his pitching, he's a right-hander. And it's almost as when he gets set, it's like he's just about sitting on a stool. Comes set, kicks, delivers. The batter squares, shows a bunt, takes a strike. That's Dasan Harris. Harris is 0 for 3. Cannot tell you the significance and the importance of the leadoff batter. Third baseman Torres is in, guarding against the bunt. A breaking ball gets in for a strike. 0-2, couple of good sliders. The lineup will turn over on deck. Alabama reaching for the finish line. 8-6, the Tide. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Tied him up with a dirty slider. That's an Ozzie ball right there. Jason Walk, the center fielder, is a switch hitter. He will bat from the left side against Osmer. Tied by 2 with 2 outs to get to the finish line. The first pitch is inside. He has the inside the park home run, does Jason Walk, when Snell and Bonamolo collided in left center. That breaking ball in for a strike, 1-1. Alabama looking to win this series 2-1. 1-1. Slider low and away. Alabama has a loss at home to Tennessee and a loss at home to Oklahoma. And in those losses, they had the tying run either at home plate or on the bases. That's how well they have played. Here's one lined out towards left center field. That's going to be in the air and caught by Fowler. 2 outs. It never had enough push, didn't have the legs. And now Braden Horton. This would be a real pleasing win for Rob Vaughn, Jason Jackson, and the rest of Alabama if they can get it. They're 1 out away. That puzzle we talked about, well, 8 of the 9 pieces have been placed. 2 outs here, nobody on. The first pitch, slider, strike 1. Horton with an RBI single. He's 1 for 3, did not start the game. 8-6, the Tide over the Sooners. And the 0-1. Swung on, grounded to Hodo at first, and that will do it. Hodo waves off the pitcher. Osmer gets to the bag. Alabama takes 2 out of 3 from Oklahoma. Here in the 9th, 3 up and 3 down. And now all 9 pieces have been put together to finally put a puzzle together that spells out win. W for win. Alabama wins by a score of 8-6. Let's take one of our timeouts. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. win on the Sooners today. It was a complete team effort. Rob Vaughn told Roger Hoover on the pregame show, he said, we've got a full bullpen. We're going to use them all today. We wound up using 6 pitchers, but Aiden Finateri really gave this thing a chance to develop when he would go into the 5th inning. He allowed 1 earned run until that inside the park home run that was off of him, and then Alabama made the change. Offensively for the Tide today, home runs by Torres, a 3-run shot, and Will Hodo, opposite field shot. Also the injury out in left center field. 2 Alabama outfielders collided. We'll get hopefully a little bit of an update on that. All in all, Alabama takes the series 2-1 over Oklahoma. Alabama improves to 25-4, 6 up, 3 down in the conference. Oklahoma 22-5, 5 up, 4 down in the conference. We will take our final timeout. We'll give Rob Vaughn a chance to speak with his team, and then he'll join us on the postgame show. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Infield plays back with 2 outs. The pitch to Torres. He swings and...
I played the wrong highlight, but it's all right.
And he drops it. Horton dropped it, and both runners will score. Torres heads to second where he slides in. Back at Sewell Thomas Stadium, Alabama wins today by a score of 8-6, their second 8-6 win of the series. They win the series 2-1, and we are welcoming in the head coach, Rob Vaughn. Rob, I have mentioned during the game, because in the pregame you told Roger you're going to have to piece this thing together. And this is the way I looked at it, and this is the way I described it. You had 9 pieces to make a puzzle. If it all fit at the end, it would be a W. You were able to do that masterfully, and Aiden Finateri was a big reason why, wasn't he?
Oh, there's no doubt. We sat in the locker room last night and talked, and we kind of looked, going into the weekend, it was kind of, hey, maybe Blackwood if we don't use them, and then we had to use them, and we're sitting in the locker room, and we had a couple different options, and it's just that man Finn he's been there before. That guy's been a starter in the ACC for plenty of years. The moment wasn't going to be big. He was just going to go out and do his thing, and honestly got squeezed pretty good early, walked the first 2 guys, but then his maturity showed up, and just executed pitches, minimized the 1, and settled in and gave us 5. So elite job by him, because that allowed us to then kind of get guys in and out in some leverage spots late and hang on there at the end.
you don't have to preach this because you already talk with your pitchers about limiting the damage, and I thought that was key for Aiden early. It was 1. It could have been maybe 3. Posts a bunch of zeros, and even when Oklahoma scored, they would leave some guys on. They could have made a lot more noise, but the damage is every time you needed a Band-Aid, you were able to find one today.
There's no doubt. Like, guys just came in and did their job, you know. Like, zeros are great. We all love zeros, but the game of baseball, I would love if we win every game and we didn't walk a guy and we didn't make an error and we didn't do any of that, but that's just not the way this game works. We're going to walk some guys. We're going to make some mistakes, and the big thing is when we do, can we not compound them? And I thought Bob did a great job of that yesterday, which gave us a chance, even though we didn't get it done yesterday. Aiden did that today. Even those other guys, like just coming in and minimizing damage and making pitches when they needed to and doing what they needed to do. So proud of our guys and how they competed. That's a good win. That's a really good Oklahoma pitching staff and a darn tough team.
For the second time in 3 games, this crowd was at a complete hush and silence. There was a collision, one of the most dangerous collisions out there in left center field that you could ever manage, and you wound up losing one of your 2 guys. The other one came back in. Can you give me an update on both Richie Bonamolo and Cade Snell?
Yeah, especially when it's so far out there, it's so hard to see exactly what happened. So I haven't even seen the video of exactly what happened. But when we got out there, obviously Cade was kind of getting himself back up, and Richie was down. And, you know, anytime you have anything like that, we're going to be smart with it. And, you know, the way these rules work when you evaluate guys for any type of head or neck injury, they can be put back in if they're deemed good. So we looked at that. We brought them both in just as a precaution, and you know, Richie was able to come back and be fine. And the big thing with Cade just had some stitches that they had to put in his hand. He got a cleat for the hand, so they had some stitches they had to throw in there. So ended up losing him, but Brady Neal's, he's a Swiss Army knife, man. He's able to swing out there and play good left field for us. Had some great at-bats today. So this group is a tough group of kids, and it's just about picking each other up when we need them.
You know, a guy taught me once, he said, if you are ready and stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And Brady Neal, you hit it on the head. 4 quality at-bats, put the bat on the ball 4 different times, 2 hits, and then this outstanding catch in right field. What made him so tough and so mentally tough today?
Well, it's just I've been talking about, you know, I talked about Bryce Fowler the other day, and it's the Coach Oates thing, what Nate said about Sears the other day, you know, the regression to the mean. Like, Brady's hitting 160 or whatever it is coming in here, and Lord knows he's not happy with that, but he's not a 160 hitter. If he just keeps getting in there and keeps working and keeps his mind right, he's an elite, dangerous hitter. And you got to see that today. Just some really good swings, some really unselfish baseball, leadoff double, and just committed to hitting the ball on the ground to the right side to move the runner. Just really unselfish. And when guys do that, that's when you know you got a good group and a good culture of guys. So really happy for Brady, but more than anything, just proud of the way he's handled it, how mature he's been. And we're going to lean on him, man. He, like I said, we can use him in a lot of different roles, and we're going to get him going. He's going to be a big piece of this down the stretch. Well,
the depth is obviously a big part. You had to use your depth today. And finally, an update on Riley Quick. I know you were hoping a day or two ago that he would be ready. Samford, I'm thinking out loud, probably not, but you're hoping during the Auburn series on Riley. Is that the case?
Yeah, obviously we're still going day by day with him, but he is doing great. Like, we just had to kind of make the decision here, you know, a day or so ago that, you know, probably wasn't quite ready yet, but he's feeling good. I fully expect him to be ready to rock this weekend at Auburn. Yeah, this will be a great series. Good luck to you first Tuesday, then this weekend as well. Rob Vaughn, roll tide, buddy. Thank you, baby. Roll tide. All right, Alabama wraps up the series with an 8-6 win, their second 8-6 victory in this series, winning the same score Friday, and then Saturday was Oklahoma. And remember, Alabama had the tying run and winning run on base when the game ended. So that close to a sweep, but you'll take the series win, and that's what Alabama winds up today. As we take a look at what's going on, we mentioned Alabama will go Tuesday here against a good Samford Bulldog team. Samford out of the Southern Conference. That will not be an easy one at all, especially it's an intra-state battle. So the Bulldogs will come here Tuesday. Roger will have you there. And then 3 against Auburn, and those games are at Auburn. This afternoon we played in front of 3,625. Time of the ball game, 2 rain delays and a Gilligan's Island 3-hour tour. 3 hours and 4 minutes. The winning line score for Alabama, 8 runs,
9 hits, no errors, and 7 runners left on base. Oklahoma will go 6 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, 5 runners left on base. Out of the bullpen, Braylon Myers gets the win. His record improves to 3-0. The losing pitcher was Malachi Witherspoon, the starter for Oklahoma. His record is even at 2-2. Give a save to Carson Osmer, his 7th of the season. A home run for Jason Walk. That was the inside the park home run, his 4th home run of the season. And a 2nd home run of the series for Dayton Taki, a 2-run shot in the 8th that tightened things up. But Alabama got a 3-run home run early from Jason Torres. That gave Alabama a lead that they would not surrender. It would be his 8th home run. And Will Hodo snaps out of a slump with an opposite field home run in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And it would be his 8th of the year. The Tide improve overall to 25-4. And they go 6-3 in the conference. Oklahoma 22-5, and they drop to 5-4 in the conference. And that will do it for today. Many thanks goes to our board op in Learfield, Tabor Mays. Also to Ethan Carabin here to my right, Roger Hoover, and the rest of the Alabama Crimson Tide family, Rob Vaughn, and of course his staff. And for all those great people that I just mentioned, this is Curt Bloom, CB, saying may today be the best day of your life. But tomorrow be even better. Right here, this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from